Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the IndieTales game dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Tuesday edition of the stream. Today, we're going to be working on more Insignia dev and hopefully rounding out this little foray into equipment systems and status effects. I have had a good sleep last night, or at least a lengthy sleep. Even if it wasn't necessarily a good one, I got as much as I needed, I think. And I got a few emails done today, which I was putting off, which feels good. My executive function systems are online, so I should be able to get a productive one in today, I think. I got some caffeine in me just as an insurance policy. So I'm keen to just like power through today. Okay. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat. Welcome. Big thank you to most recent follower Swan M and most recent subscriber Lazy T Studios. Welcome. Alrighty, shall we? So, yesterday we were looking at. Sorry, just trying to get the audio levels right. So yesterday we were looking at, pardon me, hang on. Okay, yesterday we were looking at a few different ways of applying status effects in the game to the player and triggering those effects, that kind of thing. Now, this system is one that I've decided after a bit of exploration is not something that we can ever really expect to do just via one system. Like there's no like single event callback or anything like that that's going to be able to kind of handle all of the different kinds of status effects that we're looking to get going in this game. Mostly because the rules themselves just require application on different bases. So like one would be, when you do a hit, you get back health. That's different, or at least gets applied differently to, when you're wearing this ring, you get 10 extra max health. Those are just operating on two separate kinds of rules. So already I've kind of got a few different, requirements as to how we'd go about doing that. But one of those requirements that I've kind of already stumbled into that I think would be probably the best way to approach this would be to have mono behaviors for each of the status effect types and have those mono behaviors linked to the equipment and basically become active when the equipment is equipped on the player. Now, the struggle there is that I don't want to like overload or overcrowd the player. I just don't think that's like the right way that I'd want to approach this. But also I don't want to, it's kind of like either you have a script for everything or you don't. And if you don't have a script for everything, then you've got to sort of have you got to cobble together some script or collection of scripts that handle multiple abilities or accessories. And I don't think that's the right way to do it. Like logically, there should be a folder somewhere in the game that has scripts for how to handle each of the effects. And then some kind of lookup system that binds those scripts to each of the accessories when they're being worn. If it's 100, let's just say it's 100 accessories. Is it so bad to have 100 scripts active in the scene? Probably not, especially if they're only enabled when the accessories are being equipped. So The struggle that I've been looking at is what I was hoping to do, what would have been really, really nice, is if I literally just drop a slot for a script in the scriptable object and then be like, okay, that's it. There you go, done. That's the accessory. There's the script. When the accessory gets equipped on the player, instantiate the script on a game object. But I don't think there's a way to do that in Unity. Can I place a script reference which will be instantiated as a component on a game object at runtime to a scriptable object? I want to do this with accessory behavior. Note, the behavior itself, the behavior won't be expected to run from the scriptable object. I just want to instantiate an instance of one later. This is VS Code. Yeah. Referencing the type of accessory behavior. Oh yeah. But type here means I would have to hard code the type. There's no nice way to do it. There's no nice way to do it. I get it. I get what they're suggesting I should do. Hey, Rufy. I think the easiest way has to be now to use a lookup. I don't like it because it means separating the data. I certainly don't want to use prefabs. That's way out of the equation. I think instead it's going to have to be, let's lock this down in a system. Have I got like status effects? Okay, that's going to be a new thing. Let's call this 13 status effects. So we're revisiting this system. Alrighty. That song was Mario Galaxy. It was the observatory theme as like a synthwave rendition. Hey, Jameson. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I'm scared of using... I don't want to use... The thing is, if you use a string to hard code the type and then use reflection, you need to make sure that the string is correct all the time. And I hate the idea of there being a dependency on spelling. The idea that I have to type something incorrectly and then I can't, if I change it somewhere else, I change the name of the class, now that string is wrong. That bothers me. Yeah. So, so in oops. Okay, so we've got accessories. Let's talk about components. These are equipable by the player through the inventory. Have some tracked events on equip, on unequip, and then some kind of update lifecycle tick. Actually, and then checkable from the equipment list as active, as equipped. Okay, so that's it. Those are accessories. Then we have effects. Probably should be separated from the accessories so that non-accessory effects on the player can be stored and utilized by the game. Let's be English here. Without having to equip something onto the player. So have effects. We call these status effects. These are some behavior that modifies the player experience when assigned to the character. These are limited to the player, not shared by enemies, at least right now. So I'm thinking that this is a global thing that is assigned to the player, although hypothetically, I mean, it's possible we could have enemies give each other effects. You know, maybe like there's a thing that we could have like a shaman enemy that buffs, you know, the HP of all of its sub enemies, or like makes them take half damage or something like that. That's possible. I'm not really like, the game isn't really designed to do that. However, as in that seems to go into sort of RPG territory that I'm not super interested in exploring. However, the idea that one enemy should be prioritized over other enemies and building puzzles out of that is something that I definitely do want to explore. So it's possible that we do have status effects that some enemies can place on other enemies, for the purpose of changing the player's priority. That's certainly a thing that I would explore, particularly because being a 2D game, there's not that many axes from which we can modulate gameplay. As in, you've got the enemies that are in front, enemies that are behind, strong enemies, weak enemies, projectile enemies, and then melee enemies. How else do you create scenarios where you can say, okay, as the player, because of what I'm seeing in front of me, I have to approach it this way. I would like there to be depth there. And that's always been the plan. So maybe status effects. To explore whether these should be owned, these should belong just to the player character or be assignable to other characters in the game, e.g. enemies. Enemies inherit from characters in Insignia. So I've got like state machine core, character, and then character includes NPC, enemies, and Armin. They're all kinds of characters. All right. And now we've got this distinction between accessories and equipment. Accessories, basically the equip menu uses accessories, but not all of the things in the accessory list would be what I would consider in a normal video game to be accessories. Like if the sword goes in there, swords are equipment for sure, but swords are not necessarily accessories. So there's potentially something there we have to look into. Is status effect different than stats? So stats is like HP, MP, strength. Those are stats. The idea typically in a game is that you add points into stats and they change properties for the player. Status effects are simply just things that modify stats or that have some kind of effect on the way that the, I guess, combat system is the way that the player is experiencing the combat system or the gameplay system. So like a status effect might be haste. That changes your speed. You might not have I guess you would have some kind of variable in your game that controls speed. If it's an action adventure game, speed could be run speed. So for example, in Zelda, you can drink potions that are movement speed buffs. Those are status effects, even though Link doesn't have a stat called movement or speed or anything like that. So I use the word status effect. It's an RPG term, but I use it in the action adventure context because it's the closest thing. And effects is kind of overloaded as a term because it also applies to visual effects. So I need to use a different word to refer to them. Okay. Hey, Warner. It's going well. So accessories or equipment. I think equipment is the right term, but I'm scared of changing all of the accessory scriptable objects. Does anyone know if you rename a scriptable object class definition, do all of the sub scriptable objects get their names changed? Does that work? What happens when you do that? How do they reserialize to correctly be named after the class that they were designed to belong to. I think I have done it before. I don't think it's a problem, but I don't know how it's not a problem. Okay, so equipment, you have status effects, and then you have the HUD. UI shows status effects currently applied to the player. Oh, the meta files. There you go. That's pretty smart. So status effects have a life cycle that begins with on applied, on update, on removed. Let's call it added. And then some kind of persistent check for presence. Collection. Hey, Frozen Fusion. Yeah, so I think what we need here is we need to determine what is the collection and where should it live? Hey, Johnny. Hey, yeah, sorry I couldn't follow up just yet, but I will respond to you a bit later. Okay, so what does this need to be? I think it just needs to be some kind of collection of status effects indexed by their source. So that maybe some kind of dictionary or hash, which contain all currently applied effects to the character that to the subject character. Yep. Should live somewhere easily accessible by the other scripts on the character and outside scripts. Probably, I mean, it might have to be something that every character has. I came to learn something, but it looks new and I hardly understand. Hey, so I'm designing a system here just to explain to everybody what I'm doing. So I have a game. It's an action adventure game, and the character can pick up accessories. Think Dark Souls or Zelda. And I have a system where you can equip those accessories, and then those accessories have effects which basically apply to the character as long as they're wearing the accessories. So if I take away some health, every time I do damage, I get more health back while I'm wearing this ring. So I'm building a system to handle more complex effects. Okie dokie. Yo, I gotta take a quick break. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. I'm back. Yo, I missed something? No, we're good. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay, so collection. What does it do? Some kind of collection of status effects. So we've got like character. And then we've got status collection, which lives somewhere underneath the character, I think. State machines. Oh yeah, state machines have been a thing forever. Yeah, like I feel like I'd be underestimating it if I say 30 years. As a design pattern? Yeah, ancient. Probably like 40 years, maybe. As old as languages, yeah. Yeah, as old as video games. Even older, probably. More. The 60s? Maybe. Yeah, no. A state machine is really just like, it's really straightforward, right? It's just like you've got something, and then you've got a bunch of modes. And the thing has an active mode that picks from one of these. That's a state machine. That's it. That's the pattern. It's basically, how do you take all of this different stuff a thing can do and only do one at a time? That's basically what a state machine is. There's obviously way more complicated ways to do it, and you can do... it doesn't have to be finite like this. Sometimes you have like much more like parametric balancing where you've got different things operating at different amounts. But the idea of, you know, having one thing that you're doing at a time, but having lots of different things you can do, that's basically where a state machine comes from. Yeah, I do the state machine of state machines thing. That's what I do in my game. So we have our character, which is the state machine. And then we have the status collection, which needs to be accessible by the character. I guess that's really all I have to worry about. I guess you've got like equipment. And then the equipment assigns themselves to the status collection when it's equipped by the player, or maybe the player on behalf of the equipment assigns each of the equipment to the status collection. And I wonder if we need like a Unity object. I wonder what the index needs to be. That's the thing that I probably haven't really covered yet. So we talked about there being some index, which I said source, but what is the source? Like, we've had two sort of scenarios. Where we say, you know, we've got a bastard, what are they called? I call them Hubaran. Shaman casts armor buff on all surrounding allies. Allies receive buff as long as the Hubaran shaman is in his trance state, for example. That's probably scenario 2. Scenario 1, or even scenario 3. Scenario 1 would be player equips max health plus ring. Player receives 10 plus max health while wearing the ring. Scenario 2, player walks through mud. Player receives 10% move speed debuff while walking through mud. These could all be handled by this system. And what's really important is that these can be really, really diverse. So like scenario 4 is player equips magnet ring. Coins and other items jump towards player position when nearby. Can be collected from further away while wearing the ring. Leaping towards player position when nearby. So it's not just player receives buff or debuff. It's something happens, anything. Are you going to do like the buff slots approach? So what we've come to understand now is that this is not how do I put this? There is a distinction between slots, like accessory slots, and buffs and debuffs. To me, buffs and debuffs and status effects, we call them, status effects can happen from anywhere and be placed on a character, including from accessories. But accessories, there are only so many slots that you can have. So you have your accessory slots, you place things on them, that's great. But if you walk through some mud in the game, that has nothing to do with your accessories. That's just a status effect. And it's, you know, slows you down for 10 seconds since the last time you stepped in mud or whatever. So what we want to do is basically have some kind of, you know, infinitely sized collection that just lets us put new things on them to affect the player. And then those should be able to be read from and applied logic to from all the other scripts in the game. And I think that they should also have their own behaviors. I mean, that's how I would do it, I guess. And maybe, yeah, well, slots just means collection at that point. If we're not talking about slots that the player can see, then what you really mean is just a dictionary or a list or something like that in the game, in memory. So what's a little bit tough here is these effects. For example, the shaman debuff things. In that instance, we don't need to put a new script on the player that handles the debuff. Or do we? Maybe we do. Like, what is the content? What's the scope of what an effect is my question. Like, if the player has a slowdown effect, what applies that effect is my question. I mean, having a custom script be called slowdown that lives underneath the player somewhere when applied to the player doesn't seem unreasonable to me. Especially if it needs to be topped up every so often. It kind of feels very similar to my state machine system. Doesn't bother me at all for it to be quite... I mean, it feels like computationally heavy, but it's only because we as humans get scared when we see lots of things. If we see 50 scripts, we go, oh, 50 scripts, but there are already like 200 scripts in this scene, minimum. There'd be more, there'd be like 1,000 scripts. They're just not necessarily like obvious. And if you have like a script on like a tile and you have like 300 tiles, that's 300 scripts. You know what I mean? Not that that's very efficient, but would something like if the shaman is casting, all players in radius movement speed decreased by some percent and attached to the shaman object. I think that there should be something attached to each of those things that the shaman is in charge of. And when the shaman dies or is distracted or whatever, then that thing gets taken away from all of those characters. That's how I would do it. So there's some kind of record of things it's affecting, but it's not in charge. What it's not in charge of. So the problem with this is each of these things has a life cycle, like the slowdown of speed, right? Is that for 10 seconds? You know, is it while the shaman is doing something? Like, what is the bounds of that? And for me, the behavior that governs the life cycle of an effect on a player probably shouldn't be owned or driven by the thing that cast the effect. It should be owned by some internal just effect instance. And that's what needs a script. Emily Mitchell says, I was just programming this today for a card battler. Would it be like how you'd handle lists for damage types for cards and place them in a list on the character? Yeah, something like that, I think. Yeah, I think I know what I'm doing here now. I'm pretty confident this is going to work. So I'm just going to go ahead and do it. Shouldn't be too hard. The only thing is whether we do some sort of like global pattern, or I don't think I really want to do some kind of like ECS thing, although that would be way more efficient. I think I want to put a collection on the character and then unfortunately, well, no, we could have it be part of the, we could have it just be a class that's owned by everything of type character. It doesn't have to be a mono behavior. But it has to, yeah. Yep. Okay. So let's do this. We'll make it a class that's not a mono behavior, but it tracks a bunch of mono behaviors that get assigned to the character somewhere. Yeah, this shouldn't be too complicated. So let's create this thing. Oops. Now, I think I already have something called status effect manager or something like that. Why are you not? Oh, yes, that's fine. There we go. Now, the problem that I have is, I think Now, what does a status effect have on it? I think this is like an abstract thing. It might even be an interface. But it's really hard because I don't really know. I guess there's some sort of update loop. Is it virtual? No. What's the thing where you don't declare a body? Oh, it's abstract too. Cool, got it. I thought I was right the first time. Just missed a keyword. Okay. So in this case, it's the accessory, which would be the object that is the key for the container. Now, I've got this stat effect manager, which is the old version. And this had a bunch of these dumb presets. Queued effects is interesting. I'll probably keep that. The idea that you've equipped something, it will have an effect, but you are not allowed to see the effect happen until after some cutscene's finished. That's an important one. I think we'll keep that idea, that concept. But I don't like this. I don't like these specifics, like get max health effect. I hate that. Respond to hit confirm. Maybe we keep something like that, but I feel like each effect should be the thing that subscribes to these kinds of things. Trigger blood ring effect, like that. I don't like that. Should live in a script called blood ring effect or something like that. Or vampirism effect. And that's the thing that I was trying to get at before. Like right now, I've got an accessory called like Crimson Band. It might get a name change later to like Blood Ring, but the effect is vampirism. So like, I don't want to have to be having like all of these systems beholden to like the lore names of the, or like, you know, there might be different things in the game that apply the same effect. So I don't want the effects to be named after the things that assign them, just in case I need more than one instance of that kind of thing assigned in the game. But somewhere, the Crimson Ring or whatever it is should say that it assigns vampirism. And then that somewhere in the game has a place. Now, that could also be a scriptable object, actually. Maybe effects are their own scriptable objects, and they just have functions that the scriptable objects for the effects, they extend status effect, and they have these functions, and they just get assigned to the player. I guess what's the difference between a scriptable object? Would be the difference between a scriptable object and just like a script, like a mono behavior, would be that the mono behavior is going to update on its own, and it'll be a component, whereas a scriptable object can be attached to things. And placed in the scene. I don't mind the idea of placing the behaviors inside of the scriptable objects, as long as the life cycle works. Why would I choose mono behavior versus scriptable object here? That's really tough. I guess if we have this stat effect manager, if we have a stat effect container, this in, well, it would be the same thing that I'm doing in my state machine system, where none of the states have an update loop, or some of them do, but most of them don't need one. But if they have one, that's called by the status effect container. Like by like a public void update. And then I say for each effect E in effects dot values, you know, E dot update. We can do that. And then inside of character, we have some sort of update function that gets, well, right now I don't actually overload update. So that's a little tough. Because I've got nowhere that will automatically get assigned to all of the characters, which is why it might be nice to put a mono behavior for status effects on the characters so that it can have its own update loop and just not worry about this. Compositionally speaking, that would be smart. The problem is I need to go and assign it all to all the characters in the game if I want to do it that way. Unless I do the ECS thing, unless I do the data-driven design where I just have a static lookup for all the characters in the game. Don't really want to do that. Instead, what's calling the update loop on status effect container? That's the question. If I don't have this update loop, then I have to make sure that each of these status effect things, if they are mono behaviors, they need to be assigned to the character's game object at some point. And then removed, which is not ideal. But also, if I want this to be inspectable, it would also be really cool if this was a mono behavior. Just for visibility's sake. I'm thinking about what I want to see in the inspector. It would be nice to be able to see like on the player in some game object called effects, a subtree of all the effects that they have on them right now. Yeah, I see the value in it. I mean, and that's not a problem. This can just extend mono behavior. And then this is automatically going to get called because it's on update. Now I don't need this. I call this like set core or set up. And then on character, we have status effect container. And then here we say instantiate. Or we just say add component. How do you do that? There it is. Can I just do this? No. No. I'm pretty sure it's type of. What am I doing here? System.type. Oh, yeah. That's better. Whoops. You got it. Cool. That's pretty good. Nice. So if I go to Armin, I can see status effects there. And then there's the character. That's us. And then this is the effect list. Very good. So now, how do we want to roll this? We need things of type status effect here. I'm thinking we do... that's why the scriptable object thing isn't working. I'm trying to... the thing that I'm trying to do is minimize my definitions. If I have a thing of type scriptable object, then every instance of the scriptable object has the same code in it. So the scriptable objects would need different definitions for each of them. That doesn't seem like I need it to be that way. But still, somewhere in the game, I need to assign the accessories with their effects. Somewhere, somehow that needs to happen. So what is it that assigns vampirism to the ring? That's what I need to solve. We have this Crimson Band item. This is the accessory. Where is the thing on this that says I have this script gets created called vampirism when it might have to be a scriptable object. I just don't want to have to define like 100 million scriptable objects, because I already don't do that. Like this is the definitions of each scriptable object are for different kinds of things, but vampirism is not a kind of thing. Vampirism is a specific thing. It's an instance of a thing. So if I want to define custom logic, that sounds like it should be just a behavior script. But then what assigns vampirism to this ring? I guess it could be literally some lookup thing somewhere. On like the game system or something like that here, where I literally just drop all of my accessories and then all of the effects for each of the accessory or something like that. Maybe that would be game engine, not game system. Somewhere, somehow, I need to assign one to the other. So what is this going to be? This is going to be a bunch of key value pairs serialized in a list. Serializable. I guess that's the only way to do it. I can't think of a better way to do it. Is there any way? No, it's like define a type. That's literally it. It's literally just define a type. I don't really want to drag live game objects into this, but cloning them is the only thing I can think of. Well, the thing is, I've just decided that I don't want it to be locked onto Armin. It needs to be something that any enemy can have. You know what I mean? Hypothetically. So the effects can't live on Armin. They need to live somewhere agnostic. Let's do it this way. I mean, it's not pretty, but it will technically work, so I should just be okay with that. Hi, Meow Learner. That's all right. So, I mean, this is going to go on scripts. Have I got status effects? I've got effects, which is more like VFX. Interactables, inventory, MISC, objects, operables, palette, save system, scene specific, scriptable objects, simple animation. Okay, so we need a folder on this that's called status effects. And then inside of this, you and you go into you, and then accessory. Item, accessory effect lookup goes on status effects. And then I add a gap between these words, or no, I keep it off. I mean, it's okay. I'm pretty confident that this is the only good way of doing this. I don't want to use reflection. I don't want to hard code them. I want to be able to drag them in through the inspector. I think literally creating the components is the only way, I think. As like prefabs would be the worst case. I mean, not terrible, but no, not necessarily. Characters have effects. Accessories have effects. When characters equip accessories, they get the accessories effects, but effects can come from other places than accessories. Effects can be applied from the environment or from other enemies or something like that as well. So I'm not really like asking for implementation help right now, but if you have like an obvious idea for how to do this that I haven't considered, then you can mention it. So if you've been watching, Add more chaos orbs. Okay. So you have a public list of accessory effect pair. Hey, Mikanil. I'd love this to be a dictionary that's serializable in the scene. I'm just not that convinced it's going to work that way. But I could do a public effect get effect script from accessory return first or default x, where x dot effect script x dot accessory equals a dot effect script. So now we can just add these things for each accessory that we want. So we could say, okay, here is the crimson band, and it has, and this is the hard part here. I don't have an easy way of dragging like vampirism into the slot. That's the only thing I can't do. Why can't I do that? Is there a way to get a script referenced? How have I not done this before? What is this? Is there such a thing as in the project, a script that's not necessarily mono behavior? Like, what is the type that I'm looking for here? Because I might not even need this collection. I've got mono behavior here, but if I literally mean a script asset. Is there a way to reference a script asset at all from the project? As in dragging a script file into an inspector? Is it just object? That's what I want. Unity does not allow you to directly reference a script file as an asset. Monoscript? That's what I want to do. So if I'm going to do this, then it might be even easier to just go to accessory and make this thing if accessory behavior derives from monoscript, maybe that's what I'm trying to do. So crimson band. Can I just take this? Well, let's go even simpler. Rather than say accessory behavior, let's just say monoscript. Oh, yeah, that's what I want. I want to just be able to click a thing and have that live there. And then later I'm going to instantiate that onto a game object. Devrier says, I need serious advice. I started learning game dev and obviously started with the Unity path, but later found out many game frameworks like Monogame, Love2D. Now I don't know what to learn. Well, I think it's important to ask what you want to make and what you want your learning to result in long term. So every engine has strengths and weaknesses, and they're going to let you do certain things, some better than others. So I think it's important to ask what do you want to make? And then think about what engine is going to get you there long term. It's not just a question of like, what's the best one? It's more like, for what you want to do in the future, what should you learn? You can't access it in the build. Is that right? So can I, at runtime, instantiate a mono behavior from a mono script? It's going to say no. That sucks. No. But you can get the mono, but it sounds like you can dynamically add it using add component. I'm confused. I just want to attach a thing as an asset. But I can't, okay, I have an accessory. Let me just draw some stuff here for a second. Okay, I have a scriptable. The scriptable is a ring. We'll call it blood ring. I want to attach script to be instantiated at runtime. The blood ring, this is a scriptable object. It's an asset. So I want to assign as like to the asset the kind of script that will be used when you have a blood ring. What is that script? What does it matter what the script is? It's just, let's just call it a mono behavior for now. It's just a mono there's going to be a thing called vampirism. But I don't want to write the string vampirism anywhere. I don't want to do that because from the point of a scriptable object, scriptable objects don't know. I don't want to hard code it because think about it this way. The blood ring is an instance of type accessory. It's not its own class. The blood ring isn't there's no definition in the scripts of the game, in the editor space. There's no definition of a blood ring. A blood ring happens to just be an accessory with the name blood ring and the sprite for a blood ring. Right? These are all scriptable objects, instances. They're not definitions. So I don't want to hard code vampirism onto accessory. That doesn't make any sense because only one accessory gives you vampirism. So on this accessory, on this instance of a crimson band, I want to assign vampirism to this specific one. Again, there's no class definition. I can't just type in, I can't just say public vampirism here, because that's not, this is the definition for all accessories. So you can make base effect class that inherits from mono behavior and vampirism inherit. Right, but I can't put scripts into the definitions of instances of effects. I can't put scripts there, apparently. It's not possible to do that. It doesn't let you pick scripts and put them in there. Not at runtime, at editor time. I want to put it in here. I want to say, hey, when this ring is worn, instantiate this script, a mono behavior, and put it on the character or something like that. That's what I want to do. So it's literally just accessories have scripts that inherit from some event. Yeah, sure, whatever. Because the alternate way that I was going to do this, which the way that I'm having to do it, I think, is by instantiating every single mono behavior inside, hey Elzak, inside of the scene in like a prefab space, and then linking them that way as mono behaviors that are already in the scene. That I can do, but I was wondering if there's an easy way. I don't want to use reflection because I don't want to have to remember the string of all the effects. Like if I change vampirism later to be called blood sap or something like that, now I've got to go find in the project where I used the word vampirism on the scriptable object definitions and remove that and change it to blood sap or whatever it is. That's not very secure and it's going to cause problems down the line. So I don't want to use reflection and hard code the strings of the names of the things. Analyze the class to get mono behavior member field and the type. From where? Analyze which class? Yeah, but that's not, I don't think we can. The point I'm trying to make is I have like a bunch of accessories, right? Like a whole list of them. There might be 100 of these. And I have effects. There might be, 50 of these. And some of these accessories will map to some of these effects. Right? This will have this effect, this will have this effect, this will have this effect, whatever. And the way that I'd like to do it is to have Crimson Band. I'd love to just have a slot where I say public effect and then just put the vampirism effect on it, on the scriptable object. But I can't, because these are mono behaviors that are running at runtime, I can't just assign this, because I actually would prefer not to have a list at all. I'd love to just drag in the effects into the thing. But somewhere I need to have a runtime lookup space, it seems. No, there'll be a vampirism CS, but you can't plug vampirism.cs into Crimson Band. That's what we're trying to do. No, I'm not trying to over-engineer it. I'm just trying to engineer it. I'm doing the most basic thing that occurs to me, but Unity won't let me do it. Right. So this is what you're saying. I need to create a prefab for every single effect in the game now. And the prefab has to have the game object on it. Yeah, I was hoping not to have to do that. But it looks like that's what it needs to happen. Well, the Crimson Band already is a scriptable object. So like, this is already my definition of what a Crimson Band is. If I don't have to create an extra object that also defines a Crimson Band beyond the scriptable object, that would be my preference. Right, but this isn't Godot, so we can't do that. Yeah, I think the way that I'm actually doing it here is probably the equivalent. I've got a static dictionary here. I just need to put all of the effects underneath here disabled and then drag them into the equivalent slots here, and that will work. Can't the Crimson Band scriptable just have a member field of type mono behavior? Literally no. We just tried that, Warner. Yeah, that's why we're having this discussion, because you can't do that. Yeah, it is kind of weird, isn't it? Like, I just want to say, hey, there will be... Yeah, like it won't do it. Yeah, like if I go here, it'll create the thing component, but you can't do it. It won't give you any objects to place in the slot. And the only way you can do it is by dragging something from the scene, not from the project hierarchy. You can't put mono behaviors into the project hierarchy. I mean, you can't put scripts that are mono behavior definitions into a scriptable object inspector. Yep. Yeah, I know that. I already have decided on a way that I would do this, but I was halfway into doing it this way, and then everyone started saying, but why not do this? And now I'm saying, okay, I can't do that, and I'm stun locked. But it sounds like it sounds like what I'm doing is fine. Okay. Now, does every status effect have to inherit from mono behavior? Now, since it does override from this, I don't actually need to do that because it's going to have that anyway. Because all mono behaviors have an update loop. But maybe it needs a do separately. No, I think I'm okay, Elzak. Unless, I mean, you can if you want, actually. Feel free. It's not going to hurt me. If you have a suggestion. Okay, focus mode. Let's go. Okay. So we had some questions earlier from someone was asking about engines. Devrier was saying, I want to make a game like Celeste, but with elements of Souls-like. I think Unity is fine for that. Godot is fine for that. Just having a FOMO about game engines and frameworks. I would say learn something that's like object-oriented, that doesn't look too far from C or Python. I love 2D is probably fine, but you'll have to build a lot of stuff if you use it. Monogame is kind of old. I wouldn't bother with it. I really would pick just between Unity and Godot at this point. If you're doing a Celeste Souls-like thing. I mean, you could try Game Maker, but I don't think it's worth it. Yeah, the thing, Sangsum, that we were talking about is that it's not where to store the logic for the effects. It's where to reference the logic for the effects. Not how to define it. I was happy to define it as a script, but it's how do I assign the script to the accessory? That was the question, which I've resolved to just have like a lookup on a singleton that just has all of the scripts and then has a collection of accessories assigned by the scripts. But I would have liked to have just dragged the scripts directly into as a reference to the game, to the serial scriptable objects. But Unity doesn't like us being able to do that. So, now the equip lifecycle Hey, Alfonso. I mean, you just have to go to Supertile to Unity. You can download it, and then you just import the package into Unity. the package file, just if you just double click it or dragging it into Unity, I think it'll just do it. I don't know how, it's not that complicated. Do you know how to you need to look up how to install Unity packages. There's also like the GitHub way, where you import it this way. But, and it might be available through the Unity package manager otherwise. But if you don't care about getting updates, just download it and import it. LKM says, I was yesterday looking into state machines, and well, it made me come to two conclusions. One, get rid of all of the old code and mechanics and start again. Two, the work ahead will later save me trouble. It will. Cool. So we should probably I think it's fine as is. I think this is just fine to document. It's just when we equip something, what happens? So like, we've got equip accessory, and then we've got on equip accessory. Is on the game project or directly on Unity program. While you have the game project open, bring the package in. Unity doesn't have plugins. Only Unity projects have the plugins. So in the project, yeah. Each project has its own packages. Yeah. The best way to do this is to look up how to install a Unity package. Hey, Ruined Ruin. Okay. So maybe on equip and on remove accessory, we can hijack this. Since I'm getting rid of the old effect system, like this is all going to go. Okay, I think I know what I'm doing here. Just got to get mentally okay with context switching. No worries, Alfonso. For each accessory add effect. So apply accessory effects, apply upgrade effects. This happens on equip selected gear, which happens on awake. Okay, that seems pretty straightforward. This is already going to do the effects. Equip selected gear, though. This happens a bunch of different times. What is this? Just when you equip an item. Yeah, this is interesting because it's double. The way that I used to do this was, I don't know what you call this. I'm going to create I'm going to name something for the first time. I'm going to call it the flood pattern. Imagine you have a wave. And every time you have like a list of things, And every time you want to add one thing to the list, you just create the whole list from scratch. That's my flood pattern. That's how I used to do this. So every time you equip one new item, I just go, just check everything that you possibly could have and put it on. Rather than try and selectively add to the list or remove from the list, I just recreate the entire list. I think I'm going to not do this anymore. Hey, Abraham. Yeah, there are times where it makes sense to do that. Like if you're doing max HP calculations, if you add something that adds max HP, that's fine. You just add it on. But what if you have something that multiplies max HP? When does it multiply? Do you handle all of the multipliers first and then the adders? Or is it based on the order that they're added in? Like Balatro has this thing where like the order is important. And so it makes sense to do some sort of like recalculation from scratch every time you modify the formula. But for the purpose of the life cycle of the effects on the player character, I can't refresh them every time you change some equipment. That doesn't seem to make sense. There might be like a recalculate event that I could put on there. Hey, Gorman. So let's come back to here. Equip selected gear is probably not the right thing that we want here. All right. So what is it? It's on scene load. So let's go back here and grab it. So this is on awake, which is fine. How to assess the game's security? Security? Like piracy? I think that's something that you're responsible for as the developer. Unity won't do anything, and Steam won't do anything either. Neither of them will. Depends on what you're trying to secure. Is it player data from a database in a server, or is it the code, the base code? It's mostly going to be your responsibility. So calculate stats. Yeah, this is the thing that I'm a little worried about. Because these they get applied to the life component. Cybersecurity. Right, but cybersecurity of what? Player data? If you have a multiplayer game, are you securing the player's account data? Or are you talking about the security of your code so that people can't pirate your game? Those are different things. But in both cases, it's up to you. Hey, Kratesh. All right. Yeah, that's up to you, how to protect your source code. Steam's not going to do it. Nor will Unity. And in fact, it's not even something that Unity, it's not something that can be really managed very easily per project. Actually, in terms of source code security, Unity has two ways to build a game using IL2CPP and then Mono. Mono is really easy to read the source code from. IL2CPP is impossible, or much harder to read the source code from. So it just depends on which one you use to build the game. That's about as much as you can do to protect your source code. It is possible to have a custom property drawer and drag a type directly to it into the inspector. But when you say type, what is that serialized as, is my question. If it's just the script itself. Tyndall effect, I don't know. In Sprite, I mean, it's just have an additive layer on something. How long have I been studying programming? 12 years, 15 years? I'm drinking V. It's an energy drink. I don't really drink coffee, so that's my caffeine. Custom property drawer, drag a type directly into the inspector, the script itself. So if I change the script's type, the type will change in the serialized property in the drawer. Okay. Right, 5 next. But I'm just saying, if I happen to change, I know of course, I'm planning on instantiating the scripts at runtime, but I'm saying if I change the name of the script type, if I refactor it, will the refactoring make it all the way back to the place where it's been stored in the scriptable object? In which case, it's no better than just typing the name of this class in as a string, if it's going to get lost. Okay. So, what I'm trying to do here is think about the life cycle of an effect, when it gets applied, and when to calculate that. Right now, I've got this stat effect manager that I don't want to use anymore. But this has 16 references and gets used a fair bit. The container will live on everything. So maybe I need to just go and replace this, all references to this, with this. First of all, before we do that, let's rename this to call it stat container. Stat effect container. Maybe effect container. Whoops. And then change this to status effect container. And then we should get a bunch of errors because we don't have calculate stats. We don't have all these different functions. So now we get back to status effect manager. And then we need, I think Q effect is really cool. Apply queued effects. And also calculate stats. Those seem like important functions that status effect container will need. But I don't know what the difference is between Q effect and add effect is going to be. So let's figure out what's going to crash. But would reflection, well, you've got the thing there. I'll check it out later, I guess. I might not have time to do it right now. Okay, cool. Well, that's very nice to reference. So Q effect. What was calling this? Add to upgrade inventory. Yeah. In which case, like, it's going to be the item. Hey, I had some, while I was demoing the game over the weekend, I actually had a couple of crashes. And I wonder if anybody else has had this issue. Like, the game was running for like 3, 4, 5 hours, no problems. And then just randomly, Unity would just crash. Is that something that I can, like, should I expect that that's happening in the game? Or is that just Unity being unstable? I guess there's like logs I could check for that. But like, it was like not because the player did something. It was just like loading a scene that I've opened like 50 times already in the game so far. Like just, or not even load, just like running around. Just like, game crashes. They're not even doing anything unique. Minor memory leak. Damn. It wasn't in the editor. It was in the build. Wait, Unity games just crash? Is that a thing? Surely not. Yeah. I just don't know what it could be that would cause that. Oh, okay, good. Well, I'm glad that it is me, because if it's me, I can fix it. I don't know if it was that my laptop was just overheating. I don't know. It's an old laptop. Is that even a thing? So, here's my question. When I'm talking about like hit confirms, it's really like apply all. And when we do that, we should probably like clear it, right? Effect container dot. All right, well, I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out when it becomes relevant later. So I think this is bad and this is bad and this code shouldn't be here. I don't actually know if this code exists anymore. I don't think I use this. So just for the sake of clearing it out, I might just take it away so that we don't have the references in the project anymore. I probably should just delete the scripts if I'm not using them. Okay, so this happens exactly once, happens on awake. That's fine. All right. I don't think I need this. I don't think I want this. Just get some code that's not in the game out of the game so that I feel better about myself. Oh, that's the running. Okay, that doesn't need to be there. Any other miscellaneous commented out code that I can just get rid of right now? No, okay. So, on equip and on remove. I feel like these things should be handled by the status effect container. So public if character equals engine.armin, then hey, thanks for the follow. Cell26, welcome. And Luke, thanks for the follow as well. Or is that Luck? What's the project? The project is called Insignia. It's an action-adventure game. Let me help you out here. There it is. You can go wishlist it right now if you're interested. Cool. So, if character is Armin, then game data, game system dot data. I actually think I need to move this now from game system dot data to game data dot instance. I feel like would be the better way to do it. Yeah, Ibrahim, plenty. Respond to accessory equipped. Sorry. You can just don't do anything. If you've already wishlisted, don't unwishlist. It's not a toggle. Now, what does this do? Just gives us the accessory. Okay. Yeah, make a new account. All right, so what we need to do is check to see if this accessory has an effect in the lookup. Hey, Forrest Grump, it's going well. Okay. Hey. Okay, this is all fine. This is all good. The only question now is whether or not I should... If I go back to game data, Q effects. This Q effect is important. And what's really important here is like, I've got orbs, right, in the game that give you max health plus. The effects are instanced by how many orbs you have. Like, if I have 10 orbs, then you apply the effect 10 times. But my stat effects container, it's a dictionary of objects and status effects. Object, in this case, is going to be the same object because it's the same scriptable object. So this is not going to be happy because dictionaries are primary key, unique primary keys. So we're going to have issues there because we can't assign a quantity to this. Which means we need to provide some other kind of like hashing system lookup thing. Like, I mean, like the effect could count how many orbs we've got. We could do that. Like it's one effect that's multiplied by how many orbs are in the inventory. Yeah. The only thing there is, will that affect the cutscene? So that like when you get one extra orb, is it gonna remove all the orbs and then apply all the orbs and you watch the health bar go from like the minimum health back up to the new maximum instead of the previous maximum to the new maximum? I'd have to fix that up. Alternatively, we would just need to have some other thing. The other way to think about this is, how do we count the different kinds of orbs? It could be the reference could be the index of the equip menu. It could be the, wait a second, how do I do this? How do I currently deserialize these in game data? Upgrade inventory. It's an item and it's just got a GUID. So the unique identifier in this case would be the index in the list in the inventory and the item that it is. So it's not unique because it's a list. So should we, so the question then is, when do we manage the non-uniqueness? How do we keep the primary keys if we convert it from a dictionary to a list? Oh, hello. If we convert it from a dictionary to a list, we would still need a non-doubling up clause so that if you happen to, for whatever reason, try to assign the same orb to the list twice, it doesn't just accept that. Yeah. Yeah. I think the first one's probably the better way. Let's just have the orb effect be its own script. It's just that, like, Yeah, I mean, it's okay to have an effect twice. We just can't have the same key twice. So if the orbs have a max health plus effect called, you know, orb max health plus, and then there's something else like a ring that gives you max health plus separately, that's fine. And that will apply in whatever fashion we let it. So let's just let this be. The only thing I'm thinking about here is that in the game data, when you get a new upgrade, I'm hard coding this thing where it queues the effect, as in it doesn't let Armin receive that health upgrade until after something happens. We can check why, like when that happens. You can see here it's apply queued effects. Oh, it never calls that. That might be a string in a cutscene, actually. I bet you it is. I bet you there's like a max health plus cutscene that says apply queued effects somewhere. There it is. I was right. See, this is bad. This is why you don't want to do this, because you can't tell in the project that I referenced this, but I did. What this is that when you get a health orb, you don't see the health orb increase your max HP until like midway through the cutscene that references that begins when you get the orb. So the effect doesn't happen until after you're halfway through the cutscene. I think that's the only one though that I should do that with. And I don't think it's a good idea to call that at the in the game data. I think this is flawed. I think we just invoke but it's not equipped. It's not an item equip. It's an item added. We don't equip those. So actually the better way to do this would be like on upgrade added dot invoke. We're going to get rid of this, but let's go up to the top first. Couldn't you stagger the moment the item gets added to the inventory the same way? Hey, Ibrahim, thank you so much for the $19.99. Thanks for the 20. Hollow Knight's main character animations. Yeah. Unfortunately, that's just like piracy. It just happens. People steal things. People extract things. You can send them a cease and desist, but it's hard to stop them from extracting the data because the data is part of the game. Couldn't you just stagger the moment the item gets added? But that's what I'm doing. I am staggering the moment the item gets added. Oh, you're saying don't add the item. Well, don't add the item, don't add the effect. It's the same difference, right? There are different reasons why you might actually try and watch out for that. Oh. Whoa, 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 whoa. I didn't mean to do that. Okay, I don't think anything happened. I accidentally hit a button that might have been done something bad, but it was an accident. I clicked something. Oh man, YouTube's UX sucks. I clicked. So Ibrahim did a super chat, and then underneath it, there was a thing that said, "Let's celebrate their first super on a live stream." I clicked that button thinking, okay, maybe that does something. And then immediately under my mouse click was report user. Like in the same spot where I just clicked, report user shows up. And my mouse, I clicked and I didn't get a feedback, and then I clicked again, and then the thing came up, and then I clicked that, like through the second click. Luckily, another modal showed up, and then it said give a reason, and then I canceled out of it. So hopefully nothing bad happened. I'm really sorry if it did. Please don't hate me. I didn't mean to do it. So there's a lot of refactoring here, but I'm noticing good stuff happening. Game data. Let's just commit this for now. Okay. Launch nukes. Okay. So now when we are in status effect container and we add an effect, we currently just add the thing to an effects list. But what we also need is a list of, we need a public list of game object. I think the right way to do this is with the game object called it's actually game object and then let's just go status effect applied effects. Hey, Abirbilla, we're going well. Or is it Abe Urbilla? I'm doing well. Okay. Abir, hi. There's definitely some jank for sure. So now when we add an effect, if it doesn't contain a key, I think this status effect here, we don't add this. First, what we do is we say game. No, there's no issue. I'm just doing it. Let me think about what I'm doing and do it right. It's instantiate. So game object go equals new game object. And then this needs components. I wonder if I can just say effect. But instead, I think I'll do it this way and say status effect equals go dot add component effect dot get. Oh, I can't do that. Okay. Type equals effect dot get type. I can't do that. Come on. Why? How do I clone a scriptable object? Create instance. No, it's not a scriptable object. It's a mono behavior. Did I say scriptable object? Oh, might be. Sorry. That's what I mean to do. I just don't know if... I guess that's fine. I guess that's fine. I guess what I'm doing is fine. Sorry, everyone. I gaslit you. Does he read YouTube chat? He does. Hey, Greenleaf Fisk. The progress status? We've basically hit vertical slice with the team. We now need publisher funding or crowdfunding to create more budget for the rest of the game. Right now, I'm rounding out some new effect system stuff, some status effect stuff for accessories, which are part of like rewards and things that you craft, which is like the final little part of the game that I haven't really got in the demo. So when I add effect, this is never a thing. You really can't do that. Will I use Kickstarter? Maybe. Well, I need to remove it first, but then I can't reference it. I need to remove it from the collection, and then I need to destroy it. But I can't access it if I've already removed it. So I need to store the reference, remove it, then destroy the reference thing. Right, destroy immediate would make an error, but it's okay. I prefer to be more explicit about it. My brain doesn't always know all the rules, so that's a safer way. So calculate stats, effect container. I don't need this anymore. But there is a thing called, actually, let's go back for a second. I think because Armin is a character and characters have status effects. So if I rename this right now, status effects, and then remove it. now there won't be any errors because across the project, they'll be pointing to the right thing. Boom. Okay, cool. Okay. So now we have the effect. It's working. Armin, does he have vampirism? He does. There it is. It's on the game object. It worked. Oh, that's crazy. That's Unity 101 Strophium. Hey, thanks for the follow, Leodge. Okay, does it go away when I take it off? That's the next thing. Enumeration was modified. Didn't like that. Check status. Remove accessory. But did it delete the thing at least? It did delete it. That's cool. Added. Deleted. See there? Added. Deleted. It works. It's crazy, man. When you can like write for like 45 minutes and then like you press play and it works. Yoink. Cheating. That's my favorite cheat of all time. To list. When you're iterating through something that you want to delete from. What a hack. So, should I be worried about garbage collection there? Deleting and creating game objects at runtime? It's not a lot, is it? It's just like one thing. It's fine. It's an n of 1. Yeah, we're fine. Okay. All right. Well, that works. Sick. Yo, let's make the effect do something cool. Let's make sure we're calling these. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. So the update is happening, but we're not calling enter or exit, which we need to do on apply and on remove. So okay. So then that's fine. Before we do this, we say effects o dot exit. Okay. That should work. So rock up here. Hello. Add you. Entering, doing, exiting. Ha! Amazing. So now we can do whatever we want here. The only thing is, well, what we would do is we would say, for example, status effects has a thing called, oh, no, it doesn't. Oh, and we need a parent status effect controller, public, public character. Can I do that? Or should we do something like this and then public void setup? We should give us the container, right? Not this, not status effect container, effect container. Ugh. And then cool. So now in vampirism, when we set up or when we enter, we can say container. Nope, this is now protected. We can say container dot character dot animator dot box manager dot hit confirm event dot add listener on hit confirm. Well, that's a lot of references. And then public void on hit confirm. And this needs a collision info. Then we can say container.character.life.add.give health 5 or whatever. Now, the problem with this collision info thing is this is going to be if we just have random things in the scene that give us this callback, we're going to get health from everything, like random things you can just attack. In fact, Elden Ring, I think, has this issue where there are some objects in the game world that are considered enemies for reasons. And if you have vampirism or even gold, there's something where like you get extra runes on hit or something like that. You can abuse it and attack this. I think it's like a massive wall or something, like a living wall. And it gets, that's what it is. It's whenever you apply bleed on something, you get something. And this wall bleeds when you attack it. Like something stupid like that. So This is like on everything. Every time you hit something, you get health back. This would be abusable. You could just run up to like a wall in the game and just attack it a bunch, get all your health back. But for now, we'll just make sure it works. Now, add listener. I don't know if we need to remove listener when we die. I think it doesn't matter, but we can just do it anyway for good practice. I think listener. Well, let's find something to hit. Actually, let's give. I need like an enemy, like. That'll do. See? We take damage, we attack, we get damage back. Cool. Cool. Let's get the ball in here. Let's see if that triggers the effect. 100% it will. Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. Being able to attack the ball and get your health back is probably not supposed to be supported. Yeah. But it's actually more like I just do a check here. I have all those callbacks in the game. I'm just not doing much with them. This collision info, I just need to check what the other thing is. I can also do like I could do like an on killed. Or like on hurt, on target hurt, on did damage. Because hit confirm is pretty, it just says, hey, like you did some damage to something. You physically hit something. Did damage is a different thing altogether. This should be something that I think actually there is this. I think life hurt confirm event is this. And the hurt confirm event is subscribed to by a bunch of stuff. Mm-hmm. The thing is, when we take damage and we say hurt confirm event, we actually want to tell the thing that hurt us that we were hurt. So we can say col.colliderprops dot. This has a reference. No, it's col.collision dot collider dot, and then I think I've got animator is the closest thing I can do. Dot get component. Oh no. Dot hit box manager. Dot damage confirm event. Let's go back over here and check out when we assign hit confirm. What calls this? I think we just do it the way we were doing it. Where is hit confirm event defined? Just up here? Why? Why is it like this? I think because I didn't know how to do that before. Actually, just going to remove this. And then go to Hitbox Manager and then just do that. Cool. That'll do. Oh, wow. That's cool. That would have been in Australia. That would have been local. I'm imagining. Okay, so we've taken some damage. Now. Oh. The ball must have a life component. Hang on. The ball does have a life component, but the ball is tagged as invincible. So we need to make sure that damage confirm event if invincible, we can do that. What's the question? Does anyone know if Adam started coding first or if he was an artist first and did he learn both at the same time? I was probably closer to an artist first. That's what I say. Like as a kid, you can practice art, you know? So I used to draw a lot when I was a kid. I liked to draw, and then I became a UX designer. But I went to university and learned design. But actually, programming as a skill was something that I picked up in high school and cultivated through university. So I didn't teach myself code from scratch. I took a software class in high school. I had some code classes in university. What I didn't do was study computer science. So engineering was not something that I had a lot of experience with, but I did know how to code. I knew like basics. I knew what functions were and what variables were. I knew what classes were, and I understood basic data structures. And that's about it at the time. So I was like around programmers in my job, and I was coding a little bit here and there when I was working as a UX designer. And I always liked to animate as a kid and draw. I would draw as a kid. By the time I was 17, I was like making little things in Adobe Flash, you know? So I was animating as a hobby as a kid, or as a 16, 17-year-old. I was animating and I was drawing characters, and I was sometimes, well, it was Macromedia Flash at the time. Yeah, it was Flash 8. I never submitted to Newgrounds, but I made a bunch of avatars for a game called World, which was like WHIRLED, which is like it was like a user-generated content version of like Habbo Hotel using Flash. So like I would write little scripts to make the characters move around. They were basically your avatars, but they were in Flash that people made. So like as early as like this was the game. So they had like, the company had a bunch of whatever avatars and mini games and stuff, and then you could make your own as well. This was like what they made. They were very competent. Like the game was this was like a mini. So it was essentially, you have your own room and you decorate it with Flash stuff, and then you can meet other people in their rooms or common rooms, and then you can go into like a game lobby and play Flash games that they made and earn coins to get more furniture and whatever. And this was one of the games they made. So you walk around and there's these little wolf things and you attack them. I guess in some way this inspired Insignia. There's a lot here. But yeah. Brawler World. Let's see if there's any videos of it. Oh, whoa. Oh, whoa. It's on this. It's on Newgrounds. Can I play it? Can I get it here and play it here? One sec, pals. I don't like that. Like this. Oh shit. Oh no. Damn it. It was a good game. Let's see if there's any YouTube videos of it. When did YouTube's thumbnails get so big? Yeah, so check this out. So this was the game. It's just a beat 'em up. But pretty cool. Nice hit smears. I don't know why this player is letting themselves get hit so many times. Wait, they're a VTuber? When was this? A month ago. Wait, how are they playing World a month ago? Wait, what? Whoa. This still exists? Wait, you can play this? So I used to... Wait a second. Can I find my stuff in this? Can I browse this game and find my old avatars? Okay, chat. This has now become a world stream. I was, if I can be brutally honest and a little bit egocentric for a second, I was kind of famous on World, just so you know. I had people following me around. There was some parasocial stuff. There was this guy, his name was Zach. And he went, his username I think was like something to do with Cloud Strife. And he used to copy my art and like follow me around in the game. He was really smart. He was like 12, but he was doing the same stuff. Like he was competing with me basically out of like, he liked what I did so much that he basically copied me, but he was almost as good as me. I found it very confronting. And then like 5 years later, he emailed me back and was like, "Oh, I'm so sorry." And I had started Insignia at that point, I think. I wonder if I can find him. He's probably making games now. I wonder if they reset all of the whole game. Okay, check it out. What? Let's just mute this for a sec. I don't know if I'm going to be able to sign in though. Okay, we don't need to log on. We can still go to the shop. Please. Oh, okay. Okay, so if we go to avatars and then we sort by favorites, please still be here. My avatars were up there. Let's see how far we have to go before we find one of mine. Probably a long time at this point because it has been like 15 years. If we say link, I had a really popular link one. Oh, not there anymore. What about cloud? Oh, they must have done a big reset. My stuff's not there anymore. Sad face. Purchases? Yeah. Unfortunate. Oh. What about Even my Charizard, that's probably not going to be there. Obviously, I just ripped off a bunch of Pokemon and Nintendo stuff, but, well, just popular game stuff. People bought my avatars. Ah, it's a shame. I probably still have them, though, if you're interested. Check this out. Let me see if I can run some of these. If I go right into the depths of my computer, I might be able to find... Oh, man. No, not on this PC. They're on an old hard drive that I don't know I'm going to be able to even... I don't know if it'll even run. But it is here. It used to click sometimes and I'm a little bit scared of it. Maybe it just needs a more high-powered USB cable. All right, one sec. I have so few of these cables. All right. If this thing loads up, I'll be very impressed. It is there. Wait, is it? No. Wait, no, wait, it is. Wait, really? What am I looking at right now? No, it's not running. The light's on, but the disc is spinning, but I'm not hearing it. I'm not seeing it come up. It might be dead at this point. I think it's gone. That's a shame. It takes a few minutes. Well, I mean, I'll let it go. I'll let it run, but I'm not expecting to see anything. Yeah, you know, people charge so much money to recover a hard drive. I'm not going to spend like $500 to recover that drive. but I might have it saved on a different hard drive, the same files. No, not on this big one at least. Nope. It's all right. Sorry, pals. Maybe an issue with the cable. Well, the cable is not... The cable is just a cable that I use for my doorbells. So it might not be good enough, but I thought it was better than what I used to use. It is interesting because the disc didn't like click or anything. Usually it does click. I mean, this is the same type of cable. This one's Logitech. Oh! Oh! You hear that, pals? We're in. Still good. Okay. It's the cable. So, holy moly. Oh, shoot. Oh my god. Okay. Animation source files PC? Oh, dude. Final Fantasy VII Advent Children in 640 by 360 in 480p. Where are my world characters? Wow, man. Wow. Okay. Adam's files. Xfire. Oh my god. Sorry, pals. I don't know if I can show you the drives here, the file lists. I don't want to be exposed as a pirate. Okay, I just got to find... Home PC, Adam's files. Where are my characters? MIDIs, music, pictures. Wow. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This is some real... This is... Wow. Chat, I don't know if I can show you any of this stuff. Chat, this might be too embarrassing. Oh, this is cool though. Anyone know what this is? If you can recognize this, I'm impressed. Not Wind Waker. Hey, this is pretty good. It is. It's Lake Hylia from Twilight Princess. Wow, look at that. I drew that. Cool. I would have been, I don't know how old I was then. Usually older than I thought I was. That was from 2008. Okay, so I was like 16. Okay, that's not that impressive. What else have I got in here? One sec. Man, some of the stuff. Oh my God, oh no. The cringe is so strong. Okay. I also supplied, I did some, I submitted some art for a homebrew channel on the Wii because I was, you know, I was cool like that. They didn't use it, but I thought it was cool. There you go. That's some cred. I applied for something and it didn't turn out. Oh man, actually the biggest cringe of my life though. You can't see half of this stuff. Showcase art. I did a paint over of a frame from Kingdom Hearts. It's just a paint over. It's not that impressive, is it? But I did do that. Look at that. That's my Photoshop skills, and it actually looks really good, but it's not impressive because I just literally painted over something. Actually, no, I copied it. I didn't paint over it. This is something that I drew. This is something that I drew in like 2008. Just some stuff I drew. But we're looking for world stuff. We're going to find it. We're going to find it. Shared. Age of Empires 2. Let's go. Okay. Okay, there's stuff here. There's stuff here. Okay, I just need an SWF player. All right. It wasn't coolguy.jpg. It was guy.png. Okay. Are you ready? Oh God, how am I going to get to this? Copy, paste. Oh, it won't run. Hang on, let's try. Is there like an HTML SWF player? Okay. Please. There it is. Hey, I did this. He's going through his little state transitions. I did this when I was like 16. He has a roar. You can put him in a ball and you can make the ball roll around. He can walk. He has a bite. He has a hyper beam too, I think. Pretty cool, huh? And you could roll around as the ball and then he comes out. I did that. You want to see some more? Look at this one. Wolf Link. Look at the little chain. I animated that. He can bite. He can howl. There's other stuff in here too. Let me find, I had like way more than this. I did one of Jigglypuff. Check that out. Look at that. Does it have any moves though? That's a pretty good Jigglypuff if I do say so. Oh, that one doesn't animate. Where are all of my other ones though? Assassin Ezio. Oh wow, look at that. That's pretty cool. I was putting a lot of effort into this stuff. Look at how complicated that is. I wish I could make him do stuff. Because of the state machine, you can't make him just go through them. Because there's action script code. But where are my other ones? Assassin's Creed 2 playthrough when? I don't know. Okay, let me see if I can find you something else. I had these plans to do like a human set. Like you could like have a customizable human. You could go do like full character creation and stuff. Oh. Oh, that's right. I had a username back then. I called myself Ratchet. What is this? Oh, look at that. I made a little, this was my room. Oh, wow. Let me show you some other one. I had another one. Oh, and I had different scenes you could walk through. That was my logo, Ratchet World. That was my logo. I was like 16 when I was doing this stuff. Crazy times. Oh yeah, here we go. Okay, this was my little Link character. There he is doing the caramel dancing. And then let me see if I got other ones. Yeah, there you go. You could play as Link. Look, he even has his eyes move around. I made this. So this was like before I knew how to like code or anything. This is just like me, like just learning animation. Look at that. Not a great walk cycle. but you know, I was figuring it out. I was learning. The little bounce of the tunic and the hat. You don't have to be good when you start, you know? You just have to be excited about learning. What else did I have? Namtai iToy drivers. Oh man. Manic Miner? Anybody play Manic Miner? What is Aladdin.flv? What is that? Okay, I think this has run its course. This was really fun. I don't know where my other characters are though. That's a bit of a shame. I'm glad I found Charizard though. That's cool. And that was kind of like a job for me, you know? Like that was my... Do you want to see the first game I ever made? I gotta download processing to get it though. The first game I ever made is on this thing. It was a, what do you call it? Like a, try to get as far as you can go thing. Bonjour, Demolix, bienvenue. Sort of an endless runner. Yeah, I guess that's what you call it. Okay, I'm just downloading processing right now. Flash Bible book? Oh, I don't think I ever used that. What you can do though, is you can wishlist Insignia right now if you haven't already. Please do. Insignia is a game that I'm working on right now on stream, and it is currently available for wishlisting. We just opened it up this month. If you haven't already wishlisted, please do go ahead and press that green button. It helps me know that you're excited for it. So, okay, processing.exe. Okay, we're good. Now, can I just drag this thing into there? Nope. Okay, it's gonna take a second. 1 sec. Okay, this, and then oh my god. Okay. Okay, please run. Okay. Perfect. All right, it works. You ready? I made this game. My first game I ever made. It's called Flint Rock. You are a rock, and all you're trying to do is skip as far as you can go. And you have to press up to skip. No. This is the first game I ever made. No, this was after Flappy Bird, I think. This is after Flappy Bird came out. This is like 2010, I think. I'm still alive. No. So that's the first game I ever made. I have others. Oh, yeah. I don't know what this is going to look like. Oh. Oh, almost. In fact, I might have this on my computer. Oh my gosh. All right, let's see if this runs. No, it doesn't run. No. Please, can one version of this freaking game run? Hang on, I think I can make this happen. It's like a libraries thing. I've got to get Pbox 2D. Tools, import library, manage libraries, pbox 2D. No, I don't think it'll show up. Anyway, let's move on. It was fun. That's a trip down memory lane. Oh my gosh. You want to see some code that I wrote though? You can have a look at some of the code. That's pretty good. Definitions, that's good. Big setup, draw. Oh, this is camera stuff. Perlin noise. Input. Camera, contact listener. Hey, this is pretty good. I don't hate this. Oh yeah, I'm crazy about saving old stuff. I'm crazy about it. I got every old hard drive ever saved. All of the files I ever have on all of my computers exist somewhere. So we were checking to see if we can make it so that we don't gain health when we have the accessory ring, the blood ring equipped. We don't get health back from hitting a ball. And that's not what's happened, even though we need to check if we're not invincible in order to run that. But we aren't invincible. Vampirism is checking damage confirm event. It is correct. Oh, do you know what it is? I think it's that, oh, no, let's have a look. Yeah, so I've been making, so the point behind all of this is that I've been making games for a long time and I wasn't very good at it for most of it. Okay, this must be the old code. But where in the old code? Does Armin have a stat effect manager? Ah, he does. I guess I can remove this now. I guess that just doesn't exist anymore. So I take damage. Ouch. I attack you. I get a little bit of health back. I come over here, I attack the ball. I get no health back. Nice. We should have 2 vampirisms. Nice. Awesome. We got it. Well, I think the system's pretty robust so far. Ugh. So far, so good. How did GDC go? Went great. I met so many people. I didn't quite... I've been following up on some of the contacts, like, recently. Like today, because I've been so busy since GDC. But, yeah, I think positive. Made a lot of new friends. Had some productive conversations too. So we just got to add more effects now. I mean, that's all it really is. We just got to do better. Oh, we should also check, hang on. we should check scene transitions. So like take this, put it like here, just drop it in the level. So that we can test what happens if we go between the scenes. So we've got the Crimson Band, equip the Crimson Band. Now it's on us. Go talk to mum, blah, blah, blah. Hello, hello, hello. I'll give it to a boss and call it Melania. We still got it. Yep, still there. Okay, good. It all works. Everything's working just fine. Oh. What just happened then? Oh, that's a bug I have to fix. That is an actual bug I have to fix. I forgot about that one. It's probably listed somewhere in here. Hang on a second. Oops. So it's crafting using component. Crafting uses all components that satisfy design in inventory. So like if you need to make a sword and the sword takes like one handle, one pommel, one blade, and you have 5 pommels, it'll use all 5 to make the sword. That's no good. Okay, so this is like first updates, accessory effect system to first functional version. Nice. Okay. I might take a break and we'll come back and do some more work in a sec. So that's vampirism. We have a bunch of effects that we want to have in the game. I probably could... In fact, we've got them listed here. I think Lucas put some time into them. We've got VFX. I think it's called Item Economy. Item Economy. I don't know if we have the definition of all the items so far. Okay. Well, I can always refer back to this if I want to. So let's just go accessory and just make a bunch. Oh, that's another thing. What happens if you pick up a magnet ring and it doesn't have an effect on it? So we get the magnet ring. Nothing broke. And it works. Okay, cool. So like, that's fine. That's fine. It doesn't have to have a script attached to it. Magnetic items. How do they check to see if we have a magnet ring? Equipment instance manager. Ooh, I've never seen this before. Has accessory, has magnet ring. Sure. If it's the coins that check to see if you have a magnet ring, that's fine. The magnet ring doesn't have to have an innate effect. Great. Okay. So then we just need to go here and just, for every script that we want there to be an accessory script for, we can just add it here. So what else have we got? Determination ring. Invulnerability lasts longer after taking damage. Gee, that feels a little bit broken. But I can definitely make it happen. We probably have to get the orbs back in the game, the health orbs. Let's make those work. Orb. Let's make a couple of them. Does it work? No, didn't work. The downside is that they take up more space in the equip menu. So what happened here? Send message upwards. Well, that's not really what I like. Okay. We did get an error. We tried to add the effect of an item. But what did we send? Apply queued effects. And what is the effect that was queued? Some status effect. And in this case, we get null. Because there is no effect on the orb. I love orb. It might be the else logic. Oh, someone's paying attention. It's actually not. It's a different thing. It's accessory lookup.get effect. If this is first or default, which has a null, it's possible this returns a null. And I'm just saying, hey, like we've got an upgrade. There's probably an effect assigned to it. We can add it. It's no problem. We have to do it down here. So we just type health orb and then we add something here which does a thing. It does feel a little weird to have a whole script just dedicated to adding max health, but I guess it's like orb max health manager or something like that. Yeah. Because we said we were going to do it that way. By script, does it mean it runs every frame? It means it can run every frame if I want it to. If I put something in there to make it do that, yeah. But I don't have to. So, count how many orbs we have in the inventory. And then set some variable to say how much extra health we have. Hey Gono Microwave, what are you looking for? I guess like... What dev environment? I'm using Unity, and this is C#. Wish list. Go for it. Hey, Red Feather Reptile, thank you so much. Yeah, and this is VS Code. That's right. All right, I'm going to take that break. I'll be back in a little bit. See you, pals. Hello. All right, what's next? So here, I think to some extent we are going to need a feature that we can use to track which stats get affected, if any. Tell me your tale. Hi, I'm Adam. I'm a game developer. I'm making a game called Insignia. You can check it out right now. You can wishlist it on Steam. Look at that. It's action adventure. I've been making games here on Twitch since 2018. And I got a YouTube channel too. Follow me. Okay, so when I equip this thing, this is in Unity. Yep. Thanks. So this like hash set of effects and stuff is kind of interesting. There's kind of something here that maybe we need. Where we need some kind of like property that can be used to say, hey, this thing increases health by this much. It could even be like a delegate. I guess what we could do is add all the effects. Or like when we add an effect, like sure, it gets added to the effects list, but at some point we're going to do a calculate stats. And we're going to have to go through each of the effects that we have in the list. Like we calculate stats, I guess, at the end. After we've, I guess after we equip or unequip anything, we should just calculate stats. So because I live in Australia, we don't have Best Buy. So no, I didn't know that when I made the game name. No, I had no idea. Okay. So I guess I gotta go like 4 each. And then go through each of the health modifying things and check to see, hey, do you modify health? Do you do this? Do you do that? So I could go to stat effect. Yeah, we don't have Walmart either. Yeah, it's not really a thing that I think about, because those are very like American things, and they're not, even though they can be game adjacent, they don't really overlap in terms of trademarks. So even if there is, like, me selling the game in America shouldn't have any issue with the fact that there's a brand. The only thing I would worry about is, like, if I was ever trying to like sell a Nintendo Switch case branded after my game, then it would be like an insignia Nintendo Switch case, and that might overlap, because in the US you could probably get a Nintendo Switch branded case that was an insignia thing, right? So that might, that might be a bit unfortunate, but I'll figure it out. It might. Hello, Alexa, welcome. Let's start with health mod for now. Pubic. So now I can go this, and I can say, what's the name of your theme? This is called Ocean. It's part of the material theme extension. I wonder if actually I don't even need this. I wonder if this will show up in the inspector for the class, like right here. But what if I go status effect, protect? What if I make this serializable? And what if I make this serializable? What then, huh? Hey, Ariel. Whoa, there we go. Now I don't need to do anything. Wow. So, but in this case, I actually do need to do that because, this is really tough. I just realized because when I try to remove an orb, it's going to remove the effect of the orb immediately. This playlist it's an assorted set. It's just like, it's a bunch of different tracks from different albums in the Game Chops music library. Oh, you can't remove orbs. That's a good point. Okay. But I feel like that's a temporary thing. Properties.health. Why is this so hard to, what is going on here? Is it props? What is happening? It's like bugging out on me. It's like not listening. What is happening right now? Why is my OmniSharp dead? If I compile this, maybe it will come back. What do you mean? What do you mean accessory could not be found? Wait, but I don't use OmniSharp anymore. So what am I supposed to do to get this thing? Why is it not showing me all the little references and stuff? Why iota? All right, I'm gonna close this and reopen it. There we go. It's not count. Is it like select? Oh, count actually works like that? In which case I don't need to do this. Wait, this is a list of inventory item? In which case... I'm pretty sure there's a way of saying gamesystem.data.count item in inventory. But I think this is the main inventory. And upgrade inventory is its own separate thing. Okay. I'm still trying to get good at programming. All right, we don't have the thing that checks it yet. So when we calculate stats, extra health plus equals e.properties.healthmod.add. And then you would say molt health plus equals e.properties.healthmod.molt. I just like the name, but I think I was watching Attack on Titan at the time. That's probably why I was thinking about the name. Way back in like 2014. So did it do anything? That's a question. Not that I can see. But we should probably we should probably be calculating stats anytime an effect gets added. Just for good measure. That's what we said, right? It's the flood, the wave effect, the wave paradigm. Nope. Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. It actually is adding it. It's just not, it's not doing anything. Okay. So why is this not being called? Oh, is it because we don't actually have it in the inventory when we... No, that can't be right. Maybe this doesn't return anything? You don't molt the health per orb. Yeah, but that doesn't matter. It's allowed to be 0. It just means I don't add anything to the base multiplier. But I'm just checking the addition. Maybe we get nothing at this point. It could be null at this point. It didn't log anything, which means it probably is null. What does any do? And how is that different from first or default? That's a Boolean, right? Yeah, if there is one. But I don't want that. I want first or default. Health per orb gets used nowhere right now. Well, we should still see a number. Even if it's 1, we should see 1, right? So, upgrade inventory. Are we actually adding the orbs to that? This happens when? What is the context? If it's classed as an item upgrade, which the orbs definitely are, upgrade. We already have. Oh no, we shouldn't need it in both. It's just in one of them. Are we not running this enter? It's not even, there's just literally nothing. Hang on, let's try something here. Doing a thing. Not there. Maybe we're never getting to this for some reason. Wait a second. 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 Am I adding vampirism to this thing? Oh, I'm so dumb. I never up. That's why it's important to maintain your libraries. Yo, the orb in this, I think, is not going to have its instance data. Oh no. How do we do a deep copy? Of this? Is that hard to do? This thing here, when I create a new... No. It's this. It's the orb. So the mono behavior that's here, these are just templates. Right now, all I do is literally just copy the class name and then make a new mono behavior of that class. Is there a way to clone a mono behavior? Right, because right now I'm just saying, oh, what's this? Type orb health manager. Oh, give me a new one of those components. Like when you add component, that's my issue. I'm just grabbing the type. So it's not going to give me any of that stuff. But can I say, oh, let's just ask. How to deep copy a component? No, I don't want to do that. Reflection. I hate reflection. What do you do? Okay, maybe that will work. How come you can copy and paste in the editor, but you can't do it the way that you want to do it, you know? It'll let you do it. Okay, did we win? Oh, didn't do anything. Wait, what is the destination? Oh, it actually does copy it onto the destination. Why doesn't it like that? Name can be simplified. I bet you're lying. I bet you're absolutely lying. Really? Oh, okay, cool. Is status effect abstract? It actually is abstract. But it's an abstract that inherits from mono behavior. Is that a problem? Do I have to do that? Somehow? Well, I do want them to be mono behavior for the reason I need them to be at least scriptable objects, but probably mono behaviors. They need to be components at least. Because they have like update loops and stuff. Orb health manager or whatever you called it. Yeah, but I don't know I don't know what aspect of component do you need? Well, I have instance variables. I need those. No? Isn't that what I want? Look at them. Like this has like a field, it's got some stuff. This stuff here, I lose if it's not a component. What am I gonna do? Hard code the reference to health orb in health orb manager? It needs an update loop, at least. I can call a function by hand called update. But it's nice to have one. They have event callbacks, like functions that assign themselves to events. Like this is pretty straightforward. All it does is really add max HP, but this one gives you health every time you hit something. So they need to be as robust as possible. Just because this one's really simple doesn't mean that they can't be monobehaviors. So how, Chartle, do I find... How do I get this? Because I can do like effect.get type. But that's not going to give me... That's not going to let me do this. Because it's like, but what is the type? So how do I put a thing in this that knows what this is? Is it type of? How do I put the T in that? But it's not working without it because these are... Chartle suggested that these, if it's abstract, you'll have a problem. Status effect is abstract. So I might need to be more explicit to get the right fields in the reflection. Okay, well, we'll try it. Can't add script behavior status effect. The script class can't be abstract. So we need to know what type it is before we do that. Now, we could maybe we could not add the component until later. But my point is, we need to provide the type here. How do I get the type of the thing? I'll just ask ChatGPT. I'd like to have the T. I'd like to insert the specific type of component that of the status effect passed into add effect where deep copy component requires T so as to not try and copy an abstract class. How do I specify which type to put into T when what's passed in is of type status effect? I know there will be a non-abstract sub extension there, but I don't know how to access that to put into T. Yeah, I could put an argument in. No. No, hang on. Where am I? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Where did we go? Excuse me. To specify the concrete type of status effect passed into add effect and avoid trying to copy an abstract class, you can use the get type method instead of method of the status effect instance to dynamically determine it at runtime. Add effect. Yes. Game object. Transform. Where did my deep copy? Where is that gone? Oh, it's like just ignored the deep copy. Oh, where to? Yeah, but the yeah, but we don't know what we don't want to use status effect. Yeah, it pulled it out. Okay, well, let's get rid of this. It's basically just this. All right. I'll do what you want me to do. I'll use all the stuff you told me to. Okay. Hey, it worked. Nice. Again? No, not a second time. Okay. Oh, it didn't let us do it. Yeah, now it's the to-do. Now it's the to-do stuff. So the most straightforward thing I can do is say effects o dot setup again, or to enter. You can force it to recalculate. I still want to throw the error though. Nice. Hey, my code works. Maybe just a warning now. With a question mark. We technically are supporting it a little bit. RF, we're already past that. We're beyond now. Re-adds support for health orbs. And then let's take these orbs. Let's take my 2 orbs and put them in the bedroom. I think that's still them. I think it's still good. We still good? Yeah, 140. Hell yeah. Easy. Oh, we're gaming. Pals, we're really gaming right now. All right, so that's 2 status effects supported. Next. If you include the magnet ring. What does the mugger's ring do? Drops extra money. That's fun. Let's do that. Now, that's one that I think we also don't need to add to the player character. I think it's like drop coins. Was it, what was the rule? Enemies drop? Enemies drop. Okay, so enemy drop coins, coin yield. Now, when we drop coins, it's literally just how many coins. Okay. And this is, I guess, probably not a float. No. Will this have a Mac release? It currently does have a Mac version from the demo, but I haven't decided if I want to support it on final release. So this is going to be plus use coin yield if game system dot data dot equip gear dot equipped accessories contains key, or maybe it's we check for the effect. That's probably better. engine.armin.statuseffects.contains.effects.contains value. Now, how do I check dot mug effect? Money plus equals 1. And then back over here, maybe I could just hard code something. But this isn't about Armin. This is about what gets spawned into the world. It's literally... The only other place I could put this is inside of engine.dropcoins. But that's anytime you get any coins. So if it's about how many coins an enemy drops when you kill them, where else am I going to put it? Unless I make the... Unless I move the drop coins thing outside of enemy. But I do think I want to be that specific right now. For how the game is written, But why would you create a callback for that? It's not on when you get money. But this isn't affecting, like, when enemies drop coins, that's not just a thing that happens that gets calculated onto the player's, like, stats or whatever. It's like physical game objects get spawned into the world. And I'm changing how many physical game objects get spawned in. So, like, on enemy drop coins would need to be some object pool that gets told how many, which is what I'm doing. That's what game, like, engine drop coins is doing. It's saying, hey, like, here's an object that's going to drop some coins. This is how many coins to drop. The only way to change how many drops is to put a different number in this value. So sure, we can move this out, but I'd still need to put something. I mean, like, maybe I could put a parameter here that's like subject to like mug effect or something like that. Like moddable or something. But I feel like that's kind of, I don't know. I understand what you're saying, but it doesn't bother me right now. Maybe later we can, maybe if we ever need a callback, then we'll do that. For any other reason? I can see what you're saying. I know why you're trying to do it. You want everything to be more modular, and so that we can do more wacky things with it later. But there aren't any more things. That's what I'm saying. Right now, it is exactly what it looks like for now. So let's not pre-optimize. Okay. Status effect container, public list of artifacts, public status effect, public static. I don't know what to do here. How do I reference this thing? I guess I could do this. But then again, it's not possible to do this for the same reason it wasn't possible before. Maybe I do it in the pair. Not the pair, accessory list lookup, accessory effect lookup. Unless we just have some sort of like money mod, which lives on the player stats, but I don't like that. I want to specifically check to see if you have this effect on the player character. Okay. So I guess I now have to add another script called muggers ring and then a script for mug effect. And it can literally be empty as long as it inherits from or we don't even need the ring. And we don't even need to do that. We could just check to see if you have well, do we want it to be an effect or do we want it to be an accessory check? In this case, maybe it's a little more practicable. Status effect, to have the mug effect. Hey, Nick. Thank you so much. Yeah, I can see why this is starting to get a little bit... Like the magnet ring, we just did the check to see if you have it. The mug effect is an effect. Why do we... What's the difference? Like, this will work. It's basically just extensibility. But it's a good system. Like, it's great that we can do this now. All right, well, let's see it. Dunk, dunk, dunk. Dunk, dunk. That was 3. How many is it if we don't have the mugger's ring? Dunk, 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 dunk. That's also 3. Well, that's not better. Let's make this a little bit more interesting. Oh, I didn't equip it. Duh. Still 3 though. But it looks like I had the vampirism effect on it. No. How do I check this? Okay, we added it. We have it now. Engine, almond, status effects contains value, mug effect. Unless coin yield is a number that's much higher than I thought it was. Like it's like money and not how many coins. In which case 10 might not be enough. But I think it's 5 per coin. So 10 should give you at least 2 more, even if it was the case. When I type in drop coins, that's how many coins. Yeah, okay. So it's literally spawning coins. Long term, I'd like to do... Oh, yeah, but why do we have... What is this doing up here? That's got me a little confused. That I don't understand. Why is vampirism around there? I might have just done HUD status manager for each equipped accessory, add effect. I think the icon just doesn't exist right now for it. But it didn't seem to react when I did this. Did you hard code vampire somewhere? Not hard coded. But this is status effect, mug effect. Unless I dragged that in instead. That's mug effect right there. And that's the muggers ring which we collected. So these things just need to be equivalent for the thing to work. Unless I've done some logic wrong somewhere else. How can I stop the doubt? Hey, enhanced cloud. No, enchanted cloud. That's also enhanced. How can I stop the doubt when making a game? So doubt, I'm going to try to understand what you mean. We're going to zoom out just a little bit. Doubt is basically a synonym for like anxiety, right? Can I do this? Am I able to figure this out? Am I going to get stuck? And doubt is the negative side of a question. It's like anxiety and doubt both basically share the same definition, which is that you're trying to think about the future. And when you think about the future, you're fixating on the negative. You're saying, what do I have to lose? And you're thinking, these things are going to... These bad things are going to happen when I fail. That's what doubt is, basically. It's like, I don't think that I can achieve the positive things. The emotional effect of that is that you're going to be basically looking for reasons to prove that to yourself when you're working, if that's what you're worried about. And confidence is the absence of that. Confidence is the absence of fear of negative consequences. So the way that I think about it is, I think it's important to ask yourself, what is it that is the worst case scenario that's going to happen that you're using as your fuel for the doubt? If the answer is, maybe I'm just not good enough for this, that's fine. Nobody's good enough to do anything before they do it, right? Like, how are you ever going to get proof that you in the future isn't going to be good enough to do what you're trying to do now, other than by trying? Do you know what I mean? Another way to think about it would be like, you need to give yourself space to improve and to make mistakes. If you don't have the energy or the time or the patience to be bad at it for a while, then you will be always in the headspace of proving to yourself that you don't deserve to do it because you aren't already good enough to do it. But it's okay to not be good enough right now. It's okay to fail at something, because those failures are how you learn to get good at the thing. If you don't have any experience, you can't improve. So instead of worrying about what you could lose by not already being good enough, you could instead think about what you could gain by trying. Like, what valuable experiences might you learn by trying to make this game? And as long as you have a good response for what you will do when you fail, like, be reasonable, of course, Don't just assume that everything's going to work out. Don't throw your life away on your first game. So as long as you have a good plan for what you want to do and a reasonable opportunity to invest that time and the energy, then I think it's just a mindset problem. It's just a question of like, do you feel like you can afford to fail? If you don't feel like you can, it might be time to start thinking about how you can change your goals so that you can afford to fail. You might need to make something smaller. You might need to give yourself more time than you thought. And I think for me, that's been a huge issue. I'm very guilty of setting a deadline, and then the deadline is too ambitious. I'm still learning, I'm still improving, I'm doing great work, but I feel bad because I don't think I'm going to meet the deadline. So I'm fixating on the doubt aspect of the thing that I was too ambitious about and ignoring all the valuable lessons that I'm learning and the skills that I'm improving in and the successes that I'm having along the way. Because for me, the negative of I'm going to fail to meet my deadline is over encompassing everything else. So I think it's important to ask yourself, what is the fail state that you're so afraid of? Do you need to be afraid of that fail state? And if you do, can you change the success criteria? Can you change the goal to make the fail rate a bit lower? It's not easy to do that. I mean, and it's really important. I think that the next thing of this is to ask yourself, like, why are the things that you care about so important to you? Like, for example, I set this goal when I was much younger that like, oh, I'm going to release my big game by the time I'm 30. Okay, that's a big goal. Why do I care so badly about being a successful game dev before I'm 30? Why is that important to me? Well, it's important to me because I want to have kids one day and I don't want to be too old when I have kids and I don't want my family to feel like I'm a fail. Okay, hang on. Game dev might take you more than 5 years to get good at it. Are you okay with one, are you really worried about what your family's going to think? Is that something that you should be worried about? Are you okay? Like, will they love you anyway? You know what I mean? Start actually unpicking the fears that don't have names, because that's the worst part. Like, if you have all of these little unnamed reasons why certain things have to be a certain way, then you're like a slave to them because they're not tangible enough to disprove them or to reason them away or to do anything with, because they're just too far beyond your consciousness. You're just not prepared to identify them. But if you reflect a little bit, and it can take a while to do that. It took me ages. I had to go to a psychologist and think about this stuff a lot in a room with a man for like hours at a time, before I was like, oh, I actually care a lot about what people think about me, my life trajectory, things that I want to have achieved, because I'm ashamed of the idea that if I don't achieve them by a certain age, it'll mean something about me, or, all of these extra things that you allow yourself to feel, but you don't think them out loud. So it might not be that deep for you, but it's still important to ask yourself, like, what are you afraid of? No point being afraid in it if you don't know what it is. Like, you can be you and you can do all the things that you can do while being afraid or while being not afraid. Like, the fear aspect has no bearing on how competent you are. It's just an extra thing you put on top to manage your emotional state, or to, like, basically it's your brain's way of forcing you to think about risks. But it doesn't make you better or worse at doing the thing to be afraid. In fact, it's probably going to make you worse if you're distracted by doubt. That doesn't mean that not to think at all. It doesn't mean be okay with failure or don't plan. Plan, think about failure, but be realistic about whether or not failure is such a bad thing. You know, that's the important part. Fear of failure is worthless if you don't know what the failure costs you. You can't just put an infinity on it, you know? So, do I really have to go through all of the effects? Yeah, I'm really like, this stuff is like, it's taken me like years to get to this point in my mindset, and I still suffer from it like all the time. It's not something where someone just tells you, don't be afraid, and then you're just not afraid. It's hard. Because oftentimes there are reasonable reasons to be afraid of things, or to be, what's the word? Wait, it is there. Mug effect. Wait, what? Wait a second. But it didn't trigger this. Huh? Oh. Wait, no, that's what that is. Wait a second. Could it be that this is just happens to be a different instance of the effect? Oh. Oh. Oh, Enchanted Cloud. Thank you so much. Thanks for the 5. You know, this is like the reason why I make content about game dev. It's literally this reason. It's that, like, I know how hard this is for me. I know how scary it was to start, but how badly I wanted to do it. And my goal, if I can, is to see which parts are hard and show that they're hard and how I overcome them, and see which parts are actually easy and teach people how to make it easy for themselves, or share what I've learned about making it easy for themselves. Like just having the game dev thing be more transparent. That's my whole goal with this channel and my YouTube channel. Just creating more transparency around game development as an exercise, because it's something that, like, I see it all the time. You go on Reddit, you go to like the Nintendo subreddit or whatever, gamers subreddit, and you see so much conjecture. You see so many people like kind of just armchair deving about what it is to make games, because game dev is kind of like wizardry. Unless you're doing it, it feels like this crazy magical thing. And we treat devs as both like wizards and also highly, like we criticize them because we as consumers have these expectations of the games that we play. And when the games that we play don't meet our expectations, we criticize the devs. But at the same time, we don't know what it is. I mean, unless you make games, you don't know how hard it is to make a game. So when people try to think about becoming a game developer, I think there's a big chunk of time where as a as a prospective game developer, as somebody who wants to get into game dev, who's just starting the hobby, there are these like huge hurdles. And I think a lot of people who are programmers, particularly like engineers, don't get this. But like the idea, if you're standing here and you're like, I want to make games. Bloop, bloop, bloop. You're standing here thinking about that, and you see this huge mountain that is game development. It's bigger than that. It's more like, you see this huge mountain, and you're like, I want to make games. Programming? Music? Graphics? Do I have to do modeling? Like all of these things all the way up the mountain. And you're standing here going like, am I even smart enough? And then beyond that, like you look at these things, like this one's the biggest one, I think. People who don't know about programming see this and they immediately think maths. And they go, oh shit, I'm not good at this. Or this is like another different wizardry thing. It's like you have to become a wizard at this so that you can become a wizard at this so that you can start making something that's fun. But like this idea of I can't do programming because I'm not good at maths, and programming is like a whole extra, you know, like people, it's the classic, it's this thing. You know, you feel like you need to be this. You're trying to, you go, do I have to be able to do this to do programming? And it's like, you just peace out at that point. Most people just think game dev, they think of this, and they just go, no, not for me. So like, to me, just getting people over that hurdle is, I think, a huge, if you can just make this not seem so scary, I feel like so many, particularly artist types, would find incredible value getting into game dev. They would be so much easier for them. It would be so much more approachable if they just weren't so afraid of this first step. Oh yeah, I'm terrible at maths. I suck. It's not hard, but we do this thing where we have this like intelligence. There's this thing that we do as a society where we downplay knowledge and we put on a pedestal intelligence. It's like everywhere. Nobody likes to think that that being good at something requires hard work. Everyone wants to think that you have natural born talent, and that's what makes you good at something. For some reason, people love the idea that people who are good at something are special and that they were born with that ability. And it's annoying because I was bad at most of the things that I'm good at when I started at them. Like, I'm not talented at most things. I just really like to learn. I just really like to do things and get good at them over time. In my opinion, anyway. I was not a good artist as a kid. I liked to draw. I took to it, but it wasn't like, you know, I'm sitting there I'm still not that good. I still look at tons of artists around me and go, wow, That's good. And I could never do that. I still think that. Or not I could never do it, but man, that's so far from where I am. So like the thing that I think people really need to get over is like this dichotomy where they just overplay intelligence and they underplay knowledge. And it comes from, I think, this fear that it won't be worth it if they try. That's the thing, right? Because if it's about intelligence, and this is really what it comes down to. If you're looking for a great reason not to try something, it's to believe that you can't succeed even if you try, because you don't have the base stats, right? This is about XP. This is about base stats. So the fear that you don't have the base stats to even do this, that it wouldn't even be worth it for you to start. That's what makes people, it justifies you for not trying. It's like, I'm doing the right thing by not trying, because if I tried, I'd fail. That's what overplaying intelligence does. It gives you reason to not try. People want to feel good about all of their choices. And they love the idea that it was their destiny to be good at the things that they're good at. That's the other thing. Like the idea that like, I'm doing this because I'm supposed to be doing this. This is my destiny. This is my I'm like cut out for it. They want to feel like they're supposed to be there. So people love to think that they love to categorize the success of other people and themselves as things that were written that way, because it lowers the uncertainty. You know, fate, exactly. So, because the alternative is this, which is actually to get good at something, you need to put a lot of time into it, and you're going to be pretty crappy for a long time. And you don't know how much time it's going to take you to get good at it. It might take some people more time or less time. That's fair enough. But it makes it like your fault. If you believe this, it makes it your fault when you're not good enough. And I don't think like, look, if we just back up for a second, it is there are certain things in life that where talent is real. Like some people are just naturally better singers than others. I think that. Some people have like impairments that stop them from being able to hear tone. So like if you're trying to be like a DJ or something, or a music producer, and you literally have an impairment, okay, you don't have the people who do have it by comparison are talented. And there might be some people who fixate on certain things in life because of their mental wiring that lets them perceive things better than others. Like for me, I think naturally I know how to, I fixate on animation. I believe that's a natural thing that I have in my brain. And when I fixate on details like that, I lose sight of other details. I can be quite locked in to small things, and I lose the big picture. So maybe some people are a little bit better accustomed to learning about some things than others, but like so much of game development, if we just back up for a second, is actually skills that you need to build that you can't have inherently. Like everything, so much of it is technical know-how that's actually not about talent or skill. It's just, do you know how to do this? And even things like workflows, like design is really, in my opinion, like 90% experience and like 10% intuition. Like someone who thinks that they're a good designer just because they have good taste or whatever, they don't do the kind of design that game design requires. The idea to like identify a good idea or the right solution for something, it's like, to me, it's like 95%. Have you seen this before? Do you have the ability to identify this problem? Because you've already done it. You've already seen it a bunch of times. not were you born with the talent for design. Like, making good decisions is a big part of game dev, and learning what decisions are good decisions is all just about experience. So you kind of like, you have to put points in over time. Something like Animal Well shows that aesthetic and design what make nice graphics more than drawing or inherent art ability. Yeah, experience is huge. It's so much. So actually, like, when you doubt whether you can be a game dev, it's like you're actually limiting yourself, because you're putting a cap on how much experience you're expecting to need. Like, you need a lot of experience, tons. And you know what? It's almost experience it doesn't care about success or failure. Experience overrides these two. When you succeed or you fail, you get experience. It doesn't go down when you fail. It goes up either way. That's the thing. You might look at your life as a series of wins and losses, you know? And if you do something and you fail, you go, oh no, I'm failing at life. But it's like, no. Experience takes those negatives and keeps going up no matter which way. It's just up. It's the absolute value of this. You know? Experience just goes, it's just additive. So you're climbing this mountain as long as you're putting time into game development and you're navigating new concepts and you're learning from your mistakes. Yeah, you have to be able to recognize what you're doing to make the experiences valuable, for sure. That's true. All right. So the problem here is that this contains value is the equals of this. The equals is not valid. That's the problem. When I go to status effects, how do you override the equality check? That was our issue. The instances weren't the same, so the contains was false. That's it. This. What? Are you quite finished? Please. Thank you. Now let's try. It wasn't looking for the wrong thing. It was using a different metric to determine how two things were the same or different. Damn it. Okay. It still didn't work. Maybe we should do a different... Oh, you didn't equip it. Oh, good point. Good point. Good point. I could do a better... there's a safer way of checking this that doesn't require me to overload equals. Hey, there we go. Nice. It worked. Yeah, so it was the equality check. But I think there's probably a better way to do this that doesn't... It probably should be something like has effect. We should just implement a has effect. And then I don't think we should override this. Hey, it still works. Huzzah. It feels so good to have like a bunch of money fall out every time. Let's call it 2 though for now. 2 is good. Oh, it's great this is working. No, all enemies are supposed to. Oh. Oh, you get 2 even if it's 0. That's okay. I think that's fine. I'm okay with that. Okay, next one. Feather brooch. So this should be something else. I think this should be like I don't know what to call this. It's like second wind or something like that. We'll see. Honey ring is an interesting one. Right now it doubles the healing power of honey, which I don't think is valuable. We will just leave that for now. Magnet, muggers, reckless. Oh, that's the dodge roll hitbox thing. Now, how are we going to do this? I love this idea. I have no idea what the right way to do it should be. But that's what's fun. So actually, let's take away condition and effect from this, from all accessories. I actually quite like the idea of a condition and a cost and an effect. They're really cool ideas. The idea that like, you might lose something, like that a ring might actually take something from you I love that idea. Condition, effect, cost. But we can just overload the effect in that. Yeah, see, oh man, I was so bad at this. I was so bad at this, man. Oof. I just had no idea how to code. I think I might have to delete some scripts. You have to go. You have to go. And I think you also have to go. Oh, haven't been deleting scripts the entire project. It's my first time doing it. And what is this? Spotlight HUD. Okay. If accessory effect lookup dot instance dot get effect of A No. Why don't we just say for now, we'll just do the add. I mean, I'm using Git. I should be fine. However, this will be broken because there are dependencies on it. They're just dependencies that need to go away. I'll just delete that altogether. Just get out of here. I don't need you. Cool. I do use Unity. Nice. I need the health orbs here to test this. One more time. Nice, still works. Thank you. I think it's okay to start with 3D games. I think it is. They're different skill sets. So if you put time into one, you'll be better at it, and then you'll spend less time doing the other one. So do the one that you want to spend time on. I want to try this right now in my current state. $80. I know I can do better if I make fewer mistakes. That's better. Okay. 100 would be good one day. Wishlist insignia, everybody, just in case you haven't already. This is my game. I'm working on it right now. If you want to support the project and you want to see it succeed, the best way to do that is to help me show publishers that there's demand for it. And we do that by wishlisting. So please go ahead and show your support. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're making big strides here. So we want this reckless ring. How do we do this? Reckless ring will, I guess we could just swap the rollout. For a different roll ability, which has a hitbox on it. I mean, that would be the easy thing to do. I don't really want to do that, but it might be the most straightforward thing. Let's do it. Why not? Should be easy enough. In fact, we don't even really need to do this here. We could do the same thing we were doing before, where we've got our roll ability on Armin, and we just check to see if he's got the ring. Hey, Hux, thanks for the follow. Armin roll. Not my favorite thing to do, to just add a hitbox to this thing, but like I might as well. Okay, there's your hitbox. What does it do? Let's call it 3 damage, 2 damage, not a lot. And that's really it. I got to put it on almond. Let's see it. It worked. Cool. So now I should be able to like break stuff when I roll. Nice. And you know what we want to do with this, obviously. Wait, I can't. Hello? Oh, what happened? Impediment? That is very strange. Oh. Oh, I think I made a mistake back here because I made... No? I guess it doesn't have an effect, the ring. If effects doesn't contain key. Ah, and then this. If effects 0 is not null. Wait, if it doesn't contain key. Gosh. If effect equals null, return. Just do that. And then get out of this, copy this, go back over here, paste it. Where's our boy? Over here. Okay, now we should be able to break pots. Doesn't hurt the chickens though. Hey, Dibspius, welcome. Thanks for the raid. Hi. Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is cool. I really like it. It's a cool piece of equipment to have in the game. To just be able to like bronk. We could even have gear that like gives you special, like changes your attacks or something like that. Like you just do a different attack. How long did it take you to truly understand the concept of programming? Oh man, I mean like programming is like, okay. Enchanted Cloud, let me describe it like this. Programming is learning to write. Engineering is learning how to be a writer. So learning to program is straightforward. You just learn what all the things do. What is a function? What is a variable? What's a class? That's writing. Or just, yeah. Learning the language. But learning like how to build things in such a way that they are good, that's a constant journey. You know, 2 years in, you'll think you've got it. 5 years in, you'll think two-year you was dumb. And then 10-year you will think 5-year you was dumb. And then 15-year you will think the 10-year you is like, it's just a constant building. And it's all relative to what you're trying to build, how complicated and complex it is. It's not like, and now I've got it. Like, I feel like now I've got it, but I know that 10 years from now, I'm going to feel differently. It's sort of like at the level that I'm at now, I sort of would call myself intermediate. And I would say, I have a better understanding of what good code looks like than I used to. And I know what best practices look like, but that doesn't mean that I'm like skilled or have the presence of mind or whatever enough to always implement them. Sometimes there are things that I do. It's like knowing what better code looks like is a skill. And maybe, I think you learn that. For me, that was at least 4, maybe 5 years before I could see that. And it's still growing. Like, it's not just about learning to use more and more complex and niche things. It's more like understanding what extensible code looks like, or modular code. Actually, I think the biggest engineering skill set is about understanding dependencies and when you are creating dependencies that should or shouldn't be there. Like, it's literally just this. When you're building something, let me describe it. When you're building something, you want to be able to build it in such a way that stuff sits on top of other stuff neatly. You don't want to build stuff that feels like this, right? And you can see that that's not good. And you don't want to build stuff that does this. Like, that's not good. And you probably shouldn't build stuff on top of this expecting it to be stable. Learning what this looks like in code takes a bit of time, like 3 or 4 or 5 years, depending on how smart you are, or if you've got a good mentor, or how much experience you have, or whatever, how much time you put into it. Knowing when not to do that is really important. There's also something where, like, for me, I try to make code that doesn't do this. There are principles, right? Like, don't repeat yourself is a common one. You don't really want to have code that is replicated in a bunch of different places. That's something that, again, you learn why. It's without going into specific examples and talking about like case studies. It's hard to explain to somebody why they shouldn't be repeating themselves and on what scale repetition looks like. Like, we're talking about how I should be implementing this equipment system. And I have certain things that I'm concerned about, like hard coding things with reflection. And then there are other people in the chat who have other things they're concerned about, which are also valid. And the right answer is somewhere in the middle that satisfies all the concerns or has minimal, load by when it gets bigger. But like, we're all sort of trying to make the design more efficient and more extensible without being overbearing or creating dependencies that we don't want to see. Like, for me, this thing I just did, right? I changed the roll ability to now include a check for a special accessory. Elzak might look at that and say, that feels really coupled. Should it be that way? And I look at it and say, it is coupled. And I know that's the case. And I know that in a perfectly engineered world, I probably shouldn't couple the accessory to the roll ability. But in Insignia, the roll ability, there's only one of them. And in the rules of the game that I'm building, whether or not you have this ring is the thing that modifies the ability. So if I change the thing about whether the ring changes the ability, whatever, if I change this, well, I might as well be changing the ability. There's arguments there. I would still probably, taking Elzac's approach, I would still say this isn't great. But there's also other principles about design and prototyping where like, it's not worth trying to make this better than it is now. Exaboy's got a good perspective. Like when it starts being something where I have two things that check the reckless ring or a different kind of role, now I'm having to repeat myself or add code to manage the code that I wrote before, then it would be time to start thinking about making this better. These are all approaches that you learn, but like to know that this is bad, that's really important. That's really important. Like I understand this is a weakness. So it's when I do that, when I put that there, it's fine, but I know that it's like this. I know there's something here that's like, uh-oh, don't depend on that. It's not great. The problem is you don't know that you need to build on top of it. If this is like that and it stays there forever and nothing ever touches it, if nothing depends on sitting on this part here, then it's fine to be where it is. It's fine. It's not going to hurt anybody where it is. But if I'm going to build a whole bunch of systems on top of the roll ability, yeah, okay, now we've got to watch out for this by building something stronger underneath it. But a lot of the time when you're starting to build, you don't even know what's on top of what, and you sort of just build stuff. Yeah, exactly. Guide of Souls knows what they're talking about. So for me right now, like, I'm valuing my time more than I'm valuing the robustness of that system, because I know that I've got like a couple weeks to polish this stuff off. I really need to, we're like so many levels deep right now in terms of like priorities. Because like if we zoom all the way out on not just the code, but Insignia as a project, yeah, I'm trying to get, for this, I'm trying to get a publisher. That's the stage that I'm at, right? We've got grant funding, we've done that. Now we need sign a publisher. That's kind of where I'm at now. This is my like top down plan, okay? In order to sign with a publisher, that's dependent on me finishing basically all of these tasks, because I need to send publishers a demo. And I've got a bunch of money waiting once I submit the demo to the grant agencies, which approved the funding based on the fact that I would be delivering a demo to them. So like 25% of my funding is just sitting there waiting for me to claim it once I submit the demo. One part of the demo is the equip system and the ability system. Well, the equip system and the effects of those equipments. And that one part probably shouldn't take me more than this week. If it takes me more than this week, now I'm pushing out when I can, you know, get my team back onto the project. I could go full solo. Not full solo, but I could self-publish with my team. I'm not full solo right now. I have a team of 5 when I have a budget for them. Right now I'm solo, but like I'd like to be working with them again and moving faster. So like you could say that this thing with the ring is a problem for a future engineer that I'm hiring to solve if it becomes an issue. And that engineer can start their job sooner if I implement this way now. Does that make sense? So my priorities, you know, as a director are trying to get faster through this stuff. Yeah. I mean, look, I don't know. Well, that's dependent, Dirani, on how many people wishlist the game. How do you find reliable teammates? Mostly sourced from my community, actually, and local developers that I met in person, who I've seen their work. Yeah. So if you don't like the idea of me getting a publisher, show your demand here. It's a double-edged sword because it also shows me that there's demand. It shows publishers that there's demand when you wishlist it. But the more people wishlist it, the more I know that, well, how many people I could sell the game to. Thank you so much. Is it Getchika? Getchika? Thank you so much. Oh, Jessica. There you go. I'm signed out right now. I can't. I don't think I can wishlist it myself. All right, I gotta go, pals. This was actually really productive today. We got a lot done. I gotta make dinner and then I got a meeting with Elzak in a bit. So actually, ooh, I gotta be very careful because I have a number of meetings today. Ruh-roh. I gotta make sure I'm not double booking myself. Ooh, that's not great. Okay, I gotta go. Thanks, everyone. Please wishlist Insignia. Thank you so much for checking out the stream today. I had a lot of fun. Hope you did too. If you like my content, wishlist the game. Otherwise, go and check out my Patreon page and help me out there or whatever you want to do. Go to check out my YouTube channel if you want. That's the stream, pals. Let's find someone to raid. I'd normally be raiding Dev Spyus, but he's here right now, so let's raid somebody else. Togglebit's cool. Who else we got? Ryan Art, he's cool too. He streams pretty late. We could stream 3D Metroidvania in Unreal Engine. Okay. Imaginary villain. Let's give him a raid. Thanks, pals. It was a pleasure. I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow's Wednesday. I won't see you tomorrow. I'll see you Thursday. Yeah, there we go. Okay. That's the stream. It's been fun. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.